Okay, we should be back, I think. Hopefully, I've set up the bitrate now properly and the latency as well, so I can stream in 4K. Okay, so what I was saying is that I have tried to record more videos for the channel of me building applications with Iced, but it's a lot of work and it takes me many takes and it's very frustrating. And so instead of that, I thought I'm just going to try to live stream a bit, maybe once in a while. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm going to like it. But it may be a good way to solve the perfectionism problem that I deal with. So here I am, I guess, first stream of the channel. So what do I want to do for this stream? There's a new release of Ice coming very soon. In fact, I have gone through all the PRs that were open, and I think the only ones that are open now are for another release. There's one that I have to go through, but yeah, it's a small one. So it's mostly ready to launch. There's a couple details I wanna deal with, but for the most part, it's ready. But one of the main issues that I have to deal with every time I have to release, of course, it's keeping the changelog up to date. And I like to write changelogs that first show all the things that have been added, then all the things that change, all the things that were fixed, and things that were removed. But yeah, also over here. Although, yeah, figuring out what was removed is a bit harder. But yeah, mainly added, changed, fixed. So basically bug fixes, any kind of API breakage that may be there, and then additions or new features. And this is kind of painful to do because the way I do it is I just go to the PRs here. I go to closed, set it to is merged. And then I start basically going one by one, trying to, write the list. And it's very slow. And what I want to do, I think it would be cool, is to make a small application using Iced that reads the Git commit log somehow, parses it, finds all the PRs that were merged to master, and then we hit the GitHub API to read the PR data, like the title and the labels, because they're properly labeled actually. So we can figure out the actual category of the PR just based on the labels. So for example, if it has a fix, we know it's actually in the fix category and stuff like that. And then I want the application to give me the chance to edit the title. So edit the actual line that will appear here, because some of these titles are not consistent. Because, people just name the PRs whatever they want. So that is what I have planned. That's what would be cool. I don't know if it's possible, but I like that. I like to do that in this stream, or the release started. Okay. So I want to make it an example. I always like to simply copy the counter. I want to call it changelog. And then go to the changelog. Change this changelog. No WASM. All right. Have iced, of course. We're gonna need probably request as well. We can add it later. when we hit the GitHub API. What else? We want to delete some files from the changelog, the README. It's going to be updated. There's also the index HTML here from the counter. All right. Cool. So if I try running this example, it should show a counter. Hopefully the stream doesn't lag while it's compiling, because it can't actually use 100% CPU. Okay. So here's our counter. Cool. Right, so it's going to be changelog generator. I'm going to call it changelog generator, maybe? Generator. Yeah, generator. Put that in there. Remove the messages for now. No messages. And let's just put here, change this to an element. Let's just show some text for now. This is a changelog generator. Call into over here, generate over there. All right, and let's change the default theme because my eyes will be in pain otherwise. Like the theme over here, theme. I like the Tokyo Night Storm a lot. This is into an application called theme, generator, theme, run. Yep. Element over here. Okay. All right. This is a changelog generator. Nice. We're halfway there. So the thing we have to figure out now is we need to parse the actual commit log, the git log, right? And we need to find all the, somehow find all these PRs. And what we want is, oh, you even have the title here, which is interesting. The second line, I think that's what GitHub does. Handle number, pad del key correctly. So we want is to parse this log output and create a list of all the PRs that we need to include in the changelog. Thinking maybe we can even skip hitting the GitHub API altogether if we already have the titles. Or maybe add that as another, like in another stream or something. Not sure how complicated that's going to be. And now there's a bit of a challenge in some PRs because this is a merge. But sometimes I merge PRs using the rebase idea. Let's see if I can find one of these. Like I use the rebase and merge thing, and that changes the commit message. Let's see if I find one of these. Can see one here. Yeah, like that. This is a rebase merge. Oh, it's a squash merge. So it squashes all this stuff and then it just creates, but it doesn't use the merge approach. It changes the actual message. So we're gonna have to keep that in mind when parsing, because we don't wanna skip any PRs, right? Okay, so first step. Let's make the log more variable. Git log between 2 commits. Rep list. Okay. So I wanna between head and latest. There's a branch called latest. Pretty sure. Maybe it's ancestry path. Yes, I'm in Europe, if you haven't noticed. I think you're looking for ancestry path. Let's see. Revision range. Well, apparently this works, right? Add latest. So I had to use use argument latest. Well, I can always use the commit of that branch. So that should be it. Let's copy that. Should this work? Log. Okay, can I now use the summary mode? I know that you can summarize it. So it shows with the number of commits to output. Can I disable the commit limit? That'd be great. So I don't have to paginate. And 0. -1. That's 1. All. There's an all. Limit the comments up to the ones that match all given grep. Oh, I can even grep them. Well, that's cool. It's already built in. If I do all. Okay. Tendency of all the revs in revs along with head are listed in the command line as commit. No, that's probably not it. I just want to show. What do I summarize? Format. How do these are applied before committing on formatting options? Where's the format? This stuff. Yeah. One line. Okay, one line. Yeah, but it's not showing. Show me 10 or 20 or whatever. I want all. There are 500. I want 500 of them. Let's see. I mean, I can always set a huge N, I guess. 99999. Does that work? Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, maybe it's because... probably it's because I'm using the wrong order. Yeah, this is all of them, I think. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay, so how does the grep thing work? Limit the commits output to ones with a log message that matches a specified pattern, regular expression, with more than commits whose message matches any of the given patterns are chosen. Okay, cool. That's exactly what we want. So I want to select the commits that start with... So this has to be a regular expression. So they start with merge. Can I do that? Okay. So these are all the commits that start with merge. Nice. Yeah, but not all of them are actually correct. Like, we don't want this one. I think that we want... Maybe we could just try to find any commits that have a PR number or an issue number in it, like so. Do I have to escape this thing? I have no clue. Like, I want parentheses. Nope. Why is this actually triggering these? There's no numbers. Yeah. Let me see if I can... grep. Is there any examples of grep? Nope. I'm guessing it's any grep. Let's see. Any of you knows how to match numbers with grep? Line names, line numbers. I would expect that to work, but it doesn't. Grep, match numbers. Digit. What? This doesn't work. Do we have to use two of these? Unmatched. Oh, I need... Well, I'm still not sure why it's matching. Is grep, is this option, what is this doing? With a log message, yeah. These have no numbers. Okay, it's the plus? Makes no sense. Maybe plus means something else. Okay, okay. I think this is what we want. Merge pull request. Yeah. We got these the numbers. Yep, these are the squash. Yeah. Merge, 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 merge. I think this is a squash as well. Or maybe just a Okay, some of these don't have it because these I think this fixes an issue. So he has in the commit message. But that's fine. We can just dismiss those manually, I guess. Most of these are exactly what we want. All right. So it's this command over here. I really like it to work with the latest branch, but do I need to use refs or something here? I think latest is a tag or a branch at the same time. Does that work? Branch. Wait, maybe it's because I have to use origin latest. Ah, okay. Okay. Wasm block on, theming reloaded, paint grid appearance. Is this all of them? Let's make sure it's all of them. So which one is the PR that I actually merged first? After 012. Been a long time. Oh yeah, I could have used /d. You're right. I'm just surprised that the plus didn't actually work as I expected it to. I had to use the star character. So the first one is add commands for setting mouse pass through, which I'm not sure that's it. Or maybe this was released anyways. Wait, when was, I need to sort by recently updated actually. Or yeah. Because I need the time they were merged actually. Yeah, fixed block on wasm builds, then paint grid appearance item. So I think that's correct. This is the first one. I have theming reloaded here, but I don't see it in here at all. So maybe the ordering is not perfectly fine. Oh, I think that's because that PR, yeah, that PR probably received a comment after the fact, but it was, yeah, it looks, the ordering looks good. So these are all the changes, I think. All right. Okay. Time to code in Rust. Let's actually create a changelog module. Don't know. We have a candidate struct or something. We're gonna have, it's gonna be public async function is going to be list, and it's going to return result of a list of candidates here, a bank of candidates. And here we can have a IO error probably because that's what we want. IO, right? Let's hard code an empty back for now. Okay, so what we're gonna do over here in our app, we're gonna have a bunch of candidates. Changelog candidate over here. By default, it's gotta be empty. That works, but whenever we start the app, we want to actually list all the candidates. So we can do that with a task. Implement new. Task over here. All right. So you have self. Let's see what the default implementation. Candidates, empty back, and then task perform over here. And here we're going to do changelog candidate list message candidates listed. Over here, list result IO error. Yeah, this needs to now be run with. We're just gonna call new here. And get IO over here. This needs to be clone. Oh, and IO error isn't clone. Yeah, this thing every time. Okay, let's create an error. Let's create an error type. Let's be good kids. IO failed. And let's put it inside an arc so that it can be cloned. Right. And let's return an error here. Okay. Let's changelog. Are you planning on creating absolute position for widgets containers? Yeah, that's planned eventually. I just haven't needed it yet, so it's something I haven't done, but I think it can be already done. It can be implemented easily with the widget API. Just a matter of you know, doing it. I'm actually surprised no one has done it yet. So we're here, just let's put the candidates in the case we are, well, let's just log it. Yeah, I'm gonna need to introduce log. Yeah, this needs to be cloned as well. Change the cargo, log workspace, true. While we are at it, we're gonna enable the Tokyo feature and the debug feature too. Why not? Revised. Yeah, so error is not display. Okay, let's add this error as well. Is that even a crate I have? Yeah, changelog. So let's implement this error here. Error IO operation failed 0. Yeah, this is not constructed. All right. And now for now, we're just gonna over here show the amount of candidates that we have, right? So So we can do something like there are X changelog or potential changelog entries. And let's actually center this text in the actual screen. And here it's candidates len. There's this text macro, which is very handy. It produces a text widget, but it actually can be used with the format, like the format macro, but it produces a text widget. That's pretty nice. So now if I run this thing, hopefully, let's say there are no candidates. There are no potential entries. 013 is 012. Yeah. So 0 potential changelog entries. Right. So now we have to plug in the command that we figured out earlier. So for that, we're going to use Tokyo because we're going to be in this async context in here. So let's do that. It's not Tokyo. Tokyo workspace true. I think it's in the workspace as well. Okay. Probably have to enable wait. Luxor Tokyo. We need the command of the process. Yeah, process. The process feature. Does it work? Yeah. All right. Changelog. Okay. So use Tokyo. I normally like to put std at the end, but a lot of people like to put it at the beginning. I don't know. I normally do create imports, then I do third-party crates, like local imports, third-party crates, and then std at the end. Because to me, the local imports are the most important ones for the particular file. Third-party are like, should be kind of small. You shouldn't be using a lot of third-party imports in modules in general. Like you should try to hide dependencies behind modules as much as possible. And then lastly, the std imports should be the least important and are the imports that you can probably rely the most on because they're stable. So we are going to use process over here. Right, so we want to get a log. And we're going to just command new. So it's git args, I think. We can provide here the arguments. So it's going to be log. What was the actual command? Git log. Is this one? I imagine it will automatically detect that it's not a interactive terminal. Git log, one line, grep, region latest set. Where's the parser? Oh, here. Okay. I guess it's spawn, but I need to actually get the output. How is this? Output? Yeah, output await. What does this produce? Let's see what we get. We do this. Okay, we get. That's exactly the output we want, yeah. STD out. So it's an OK. STD out, all right. So we can that implement from IO error for error. And error IO failed, arc new error. Error. All right. So now we unwrap here the result of get log. And then what do we get? We get a log std out. Oh, it's a back U8. It's a vector of bytes. It's a list of bytes. So I'm guessing we can just decode this. How was this? String decode or something? UTF-8 from UTF-8 lossy. Let's use lossy just in case there's some shenanigans with the characters. But output, let's go here, output, let's call it log. I'm guessing, what does this produce? Oh, okay. So it produces a, yeah, it produces a string directly. That's nice. Now here we'll have the actual log, right? Yeah, I work on ICE full time, for the most part. Technically, I also work on Kraken Desktop, the application, and I contribute very often, but for the most part, I'm mainly focused on ICE. Since, well, there's a lot of stuff that needs to land there. But it's the application that's driving the library for the most part, the library needs. Okay, so now we have this whole output. Cool. So now we can just do the lines, right? This will give us the lines, which is what we want. And then what do we want to do with lines? Do we want to just store the line as is? Yeah, probably. Title. Well, probably we'll want the number of the PR. So we're gonna have to find the actual number of it by parsing. For now, we're just gonna store the whole thing. Name, title. It's got a title. So we're gonna do log lines. We're gonna filter any lines that are empty, just in case. In fact, this is the title. And then I'm gonna map the title and make a candidate title, which I imagine we need to own it. And then we collect and we say this is okay. And that should be it. All right. So now it should tell us exactly how many PRs were merged. How many candidates we have? Well, it doesn't. So something went wrong. What went wrong? Oh. Yeah. So there's no empty titles, I guess. $150. Nice. That's a nice number. Okay, so 150 potential changelog entries. That's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a huge changelog. Is it gonna be the biggest changelog we've had yet? I think so. I think it will be. Yeah, I need to hit the GitHub API because I want to find the contributors as well, and I want to list those too. So, okay. Let's show all the actual entries in a scrollable. Why not? Sounds fun. Just to see what we're doing. So, I don't know, let's call this let remaining or something. The remaining. I'm gonna put a column here. Remaining and entries. Something. Self candidates map. Well, either map. Need a column too. We can make a column with all the entries from the iterator like that, and then here have a candidate, and then we just text candidate title, which probably needs us to make this public. Okay. Needs to return into here. Okay. Remaining candidate title, kind of move out, borrow it, and let's add some spacing here and here, something like that. Let's make the text also a bit small. I don't know, 12 or something. And let's make it monospace, because it's gonna be cooler if it's monospace. Oh, I already introduced column. Okay. Wait, actually, yeah, one is scrollable too. Over here. Let's add spacing to the scrollable too, so that the scroll bar is actually embedded in the window. Okay. What else can we do here? I wanted to do something else. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Let's add some styling to the actual scrollable itself. Put it inside a container. Let's make it, I think that there's a styling called dark, or we can do rounded box. Yeah, rounded box maybe. All right. Let's try this out. Now, the center's probably superfluous now because it will probably fit the whole thing, but we'll see. Cool. So these are all pull requests that we had to go through. Okay. Right. So what's next? What can we do next? Figure out the actual number. We'll request U64, maybe. Probably can do filter map over here to make it easier. Okay, pull request. So we need to actually, from the title, how can we do this? I can do YOLO split at I could YOLO split at this here and then find, yeah, this returns, yeah, so basically I can do here, and here's gonna be the number. If I actually, well, it's the rest of the message, so I can like split once in this character, and then I can split on the white space, I think. No, probably not, because sometimes there's a parentheses there. But I can split on any of those, I guess. Or I could use a regular expression. But I need to pull a crate for that, right? I'm not sure. Not sure I'm feeling that adventurous. Pull request. So number. Oh, pull request. How do you split? I think you can do something like that. So I can split at closing parentheses or space. Does that work? No. I thought this implemented pattern. Oh yeah, with characters I can. All right. This is hacky, but you know, if it works, whatever. And I can just pull request here, parse, do an OK, like that. All right. Let's make sure it's still producing something. Okay. Now we're going to show at the beginning, we're going to show the candidate pull request. You could call it number or ID. Maybe ID. Maybe ID is a better name. Spacing 10. Size 12. Font monospace. I could just rich text for this actually. Should we? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Rich text. We can use span here. So basically it works like text, but it's just right. Works like text, but you just use span instead. The span widget. So I'm gonna call this ID. Okay. So now it should show the ID on the left and then the message on the right. But it's not. Oh, it is, I think. It is just, yeah, there's no space between them. Yeah. Yeah, that space And I believe now I can just do size 12 here and put, yeah, I can actually unify the properties of this text. I can remove that, that. Okay, now I added a space here. 2578. Yep. Nice. Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense even for the ones that had a squash. It works. That's great. And by doing this, I think we've also filtered out any commits that are fixes, so that they have a fixes whatever as part of the later description, because the title itself doesn't actually include it. So that's good. So it's probably not yeah, it's 138 now. So we filtered out 12 commits that weren't actually PRs. All right. Okay, so we have the ID. Okay, so now we can just start writing or classifying the PRs actually. Okay, let's see. GitHub API, PR, REST API endpoints for pull requests. Get a pull request. Am I gonna need a token for this? Can I not? I'm gonna need to create a token for this, right? Okay. So API github.com, repos, owner, the repo, the pull number over here. What does it give us? It gives us the user. I'm guessing it's the actual. So is there an explanation of the different fields of the pull request somewhere? Pull request object. Response schema. So I'm guessing this is the author of the pull request. I'm guessing. I remember there was some confusing stuff about this API. I've used it before. Does he have the labels? Topics. Are these the labels? Oh. You get created, GitHub create a merge commit. Nah. Label? Oh, labels. Yeah. Okay. Bug. Cool. So we get a list of the labels. That's nice. All right. So I'm gonna need to create an actual GitHub token, and I'm not logged in here. I'm gonna have to use my laptop. Well, I can do that. All right, I think I have it. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna add the token as an environment variable. So you're gonna have to go blind for a bit. Still here, don't worry. Yes, I'm typing the token manually. Okay, almost done. Just reviewing it. Okay, I think I got it. Not sure. Probably made a typo, but we'll see. See, I'm gonna have to restart the terminal session to get the yeah, I got it there. Cool. Well, we'll see if it works. So what we want to do here, we're gonna go basically one at a time. Show the current candidate, categorize it, like fetch its data, set a category for it and a proper title, and then add it to the changelog. So we're gonna have a candidate, and then we want also an entry at the end. So we want an entry. The actual category or kind of change. We want the title of it, which is what we're gonna move. Actually, we could just put the candidate here, but it doesn't make sense that the entry to have a candidate. So we'll just copy the actual fields directly. What else do we want? We want the author to thank them. And I think that's probably mostly it. Not sure if there's anything else we want. And then the category of the entries can either be added, changed, or fixed. And additionally removed, but removed, well, I don't know, maybe there are some that are removed. Let's just keep them like that. Okay. And then also we want to get details, right? So basically we can list the candidates, and then when we have a candidate, we can actually fetch it. And when you fetch a candidate, you get some details from it. I'm sure details is the correct name, but for now we'll just call it that. And the details are going to be the labels. What else do we need? We could download the description as well of the actual PR, so we know what the hell is going on in case the title is not. Yeah, we could show that. We could display that. Description, labels, the author. Right. Yeah. So we'll gather the ID and the title from the candidate. And here, the category is something that we actually have to choose. The author will copy it from the details. And we will use the labels to choose the first category. So if the label has bug or fix, we will set it to fixed and stuff like that. That's the idea, more or less. So we're gonna make this clone. Yeah. So notice I'm creating I'm making like a module for all the data structures that the UI is going to deal with. And these are going to be decoupled from iced completely. We're using just async functions and simple results, barely any dependencies other than Tokyo and std. And we're only using Tokyo because we have a command, right? So this is not tied to ICE at all. We could use this API from a command line interface, for example. So I recommend you to do that as well when using iced. Okay, so over here, this is where we're gonna hit GitHub, and this is where we need. This is where we need to bring request. Request. I think we have it in the workspace as well. No, we don't have it. Okay. So what's the latest version of it? 0.12. I think we're using it in Pocket X. Yep. It's just that. Right. Okay, next thing. Request. Request. Because we could use get. Can we use get directly? No, because we have to set some headers, right? The authorization header. What is this? Some kind of accept. They've invented the content type. Let's just create a client. Method get. The URL is gonna be like that. Repos iced iced, and here we're gonna have the ID of the candidate, self ID. That's what to do here. All right, so this creates a request. We want to add a header. Authorization. Guess the value is going to be an environment variable. And bar GitHub token. And should we error here? Couldn't convert changelog error from. What do we need to implement? Bar error. Is bar error clone? GitHub token not found. No GitHub token variable was set. So let's just do how do you do this? So what does this produce? A result. I can map the error, drop it, GitHub token not found, and then unwrap that. Okay. So I can get the response here, request, send, await. And then we need the request failed, error. And HTTP request failed, 0. From request error, implement that. Error. Let's move this up. Okay, so now we have a response over here, and we're gonna want to, get the JSON from it. JSON. But this is we need to deserialize it. Well, let's get it as text for now. I don't know. I'm just gonna debug the response for now, and at the end just return an error. I don't know. For now, I just wanna see if this works. All right, changelog main. So whenever we get the candidates, we want to, with the first one, we want to execute the task, the fetch, or fetch the data, the details of the first one. So we're gonna have, we're gonna have a kind of state, which can either be, we can have an index for the current candidate that we have, that we are currently reviewing, and then have a state for the actual status of fetching it. So it could be loading, errored, or succeeded. But we got to be careful that this index doesn't actually exceed this, the size of this list, and this list could be empty. So yeah, that's a bit tricky because we cannot set 0 in that case. We got to be careful. So I am guessing that maybe we can make the generator itself loading, and then we can also make a reviewing where you have a candidate, and here you're sure that this list, and in fact we can know that, for example, we can have the pending, we can make this list be the pending candidates, and then we can have the actual current candidate over here, and then we can have like some kind of state, and this state can either be loading, where it's we fetching the details, and load it, where you have the candidate itself. I had to remove the auto imports. I had to disable the auto imports by Rust Analyzer. And then the details here. So here we're just going to say loading. So we load. Then we'll switch into review if there are actually, we can have no empty changelog or whatever. State empty. So here we can say if the candidate is empty, well, actually we can just pop the first one, Or no, we can go from the last one. Yeah, so we can pop. So we can do candidates pop. Can't. Does it let some candidate like that? Does that work? Yeah. If not, we'll just make this be empty. And if there's actually a candidate, what we will do is set this to reviewing. Does this work? That's none for now over here. Right. So the pending will be the rest of the candidates. And this will be loading. Cool. And then here, with the candidate we've actually popped, we can call candidate fetch. And we make a message. Candidate fetched. Details fetched. Something like that. Maybe. Result. Changelog. Details error. Okay. Right, we need this to be mutable, I think. Yep. Okay, the details fetch, but we are also going to need the actual candidate itself, or we can just put it here. Yeah, let's put it here. It's actually candidate over there, state loading, candidate clone. We're going to have to clone it because this takes ownership right there. Okay. And now over here, we need to match self and change our strategy based on the self state. So here, we have the pending. And look, now we can actually use for the remaining, the pending len. Cool. Can even show a progress bar there eventually. Okay, now we don't want to actually show this scrollable thing. That was just for self empty. If it's empty, we're just going to show a message that says the changelog, no changes found or something. Right, and if it's loading, it's going to show loading. Should be very quick, so it shouldn't need much. And then here we're going to show a form where we are actually going to do things. Well, actually, yeah. So form based on the state, we're going to do different stuff. The form is where we are actually going to choose how to classify DPR itself. So it can either be loading. If it's loading, let's just show loading. Let's make this an element. Loading candidate title. Does it work? Oh, okay. So we're loading that. And if it's loaded, we do other things. Now we need to add a message handler here. It's actually added here. Details fetched. Okay. Details. And here we're also going to match the details fetch error like that. So we have a single branch for all the errors, all the error handling, which for now we're just logging it because I don't really care about the errors for this app. Just basically I care for debugging, but we haven't actually set up any logging. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's not gonna work. But yeah, we can do it. We can do it later. Okay, so when the details are fetched, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that let self reviewing, we grab the state from self. If not, we return task node. And then with the state, we're gonna basically, I think we can just do state load it. Right, we're gonna need to get the actual candidate from it as well. Okay, let's do it. Substate, state reviewing, no, state loading candidate, state else. That's gonna be a reference, but we'll see. Yeah. Let's clone it. I mean, technically we shouldn't actually need to clone, but it's fine. Okay, so over here, we're gonna display some stuff. I don't know. Candidate title for now. Okay. So this is the loading here, putting the details. This is gonna error right now because we are hard coding an error in fetch. But I just wanted to execute this thing and see if I actually typed the token correctly. Oh, you need a user agent header? Please make sure your request has a user agent header. User agent required. Let's see. Well, it doesn't seem to have this section anywhere. Making a request. Yeah, maybe that the token is wrong, I guess. Okay, gotta review it. It's super long. Hmm, seems fine. Yep, I don't know. The token seems to be fine. Either that or I can see the typo. Mm-mm-mm. Authorization. Oh, I need to put bearer in it. Oh. Rookie mistake. Will that be it? We'll see. Nope. Make sure your request has a user agent header. Well, I guess I'm wondering if, let's say I put this empty. Does it give the same error? Yeah. Okay, let's just say user agent heist changelog generator. Oh, okay. That was it. Literally just missing. Okay, fix block on. All right, we're getting JSON response here. Nice. It's the description in it. Yeah, this PR removes a block on use in iGPU by making compositor new async and running the whole event loop inside executor. Is this markdown? It's probably markdown, right? Yeah. We could even render this with our markdown widget. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go bathroom break and I'll be back in a sec. How do you show text here? Never text? BRB. Oh, cool. Put it over here. Okay, I'm back. I can just hide that. Okay. Okay, now this is where the fun begins. Let's go. All right, let's deserialize this JSON. So it would be cool if it was pretty printed, but yeah, okay, I think there's an example over here. Yeah. We got number, title. Okay, title is what we want. Well, title we already have it. Well, we don't have it. No, we don't have the title actually. Yeah, we want the title as well. I'm actually wondering, maybe we don't want. It's just put the pull request ID in there. Yeah, it's just a details title. Loading the ID here, and there here, the title of the details. Let's see. Make all of this public. All right. Okay, time to parse some JSON. We need Surday for that. Let's go. Surday workspace true. Can I pipe sort this? Yeah. All right. Use Surday, serialize, deserialize. Is it working? Oh, Surday is not part of the workspace? Interesting. Well, I think it's 1.0, right? Let's put it here. Yeah, 1.0. 1.0, not even 1.1 or anything. Cool. Then go over here. Yeah, we got our serial. Actually, we only want to deserialize, so we only want that. Okay. Now we want, I always call it schema or something whenever I have to deserialize or something. And we can define it here because we're only going to use it right here. So we want a title. What else does he have? Has a user type, user field, which I think login is what we want, right? Yeah, I think that's the username. So user, user schema. Let's just call it user, whatever. Login string. So we want that. What else do we want? The labels. Oh, we want the body, which is the description. So body. We want the labels, which I think we need a new struct for that too. It's actually a list of labels. Labels have, we only want the name. Yeah, we only want the name. All right. So we're gonna parse here title, body, user labels. All right, I think that's fine. I think that's all we need. So let's use JSON. Just do schema here. All right. Then finally, okay, details, schema title. Well, actually, yeah, we can just move it. Schema body, schema labels into iterator map label name, and the author, we just want the schema user login. And we collect that. All right. Okay, so here, do we need the candidate at this point? Can actually just I'm actually thinking we could. No, it's fine. I was thinking that maybe we could merge the entry and the details together and like introduce here the labels. But I think it's better to have this read only, and then you can change anything here. Yeah, I like the separation a bit better. Let's put the ID here. Yeah, we need the ID as well. I just don't like the name details. So what we're doing is we're fetching a candidate. Changelog details doesn't make sense. This is the changelog module. So this could be just ID or something, or you can just call it pull request, whatever. Let's call it pull request. I think that makes more sense. Loaded. Changelog. Pull request. And here we'll have a candidate, which I don't like the name candidate either, but we'll see. Actually, request fetched. We can just that. That. Here it's pull request. Actually, we don't need the candidate at all. Cool. Simplifying. And here we'll have the pull request directly. We can show pull request over here. Okay. We're also going to show pull request body. Description. Sure, let's see what happens if I run this. Hey, okay. Fix block on in iCPU hanging wasn't built. FizzPR removes a block on use. As a result, wasn't built and no longer frees the whole tap. So this is actually the latest PR we've merged, I think. No, this is the earliest one. Yeah. I was thinking about a different wasn't fixed that was recently merged. All right. Okay, so let's actually make progress bar down here that shows the how many changelog entries we have left and how many we have gone through. Then we're gonna put the title of the current PR here big, and then we're gonna parse this as markdown and show it cool, pretty cool here as a description. And then we're gonna, all we need to do is implement the form where we can choose, change the title, and then pick whether if it's added and so on and so forth. Added, changed, fixed, removed, that kind of stuff. All right. Can I, let me a sec. Let's debug this for a sec. I want to see if the author is correct and everything. Bug web fix author. Oh, it's me. Was it me? Still 013 here. Yes, it was me. Then Casper after the fact. Okay. Yeah, it seems to work. 2313. All right, yeah, it's working. Okay. So what do we want? We need a counter of how many PRs we've gone through, right? So counter, or how can I call this? So far, yeah, counter works. Amount, or processed, or reviewed. Amount reviewed. Should I put it at the beginning, after? No, let's put it at the beginning. So amount reviewed is going to start at 0. Okay. And now here, whenever we're reviewing, we want to show, instead of the remaining text over here, we're going to show a progress bar. So progress. Let's call it status. Yeah, progress. Row. There's going to be a bar over here. We're going to define a bar over here. And you're going to have the bar. And then to the right of the bar, actually, we could show on top of the bar, we could use the stack widget here. It would be cool to use that. Yeah. Let's see. So we're going to have, let's start by defining the bar here. So progress bar. This function takes two arguments. It takes a range and a value. So the range is going to be 0 to 100. Actually, it can be 0 to 1, I think. And then the value is going to be yeah, it's going to be the amount reviewed divided by pending, pending, man, why am I getting these completions of crates that have nothing to do? My God. Pending len, we got that. Yes, this is the total. This is the amount we've reviewed. And then we want this is F32. Both. All right. So that's going to be the progress bar. And then we're going to show it. Let's use a stack. We're going to show the bar. Then we're going to show like the label, maybe. Let's call it label. And let's put stack here. And the label is going to be a text. That's going to be here the amount reviewed and here the total. And the total is going to be pending len. Actually, we can just, let's have it here. And this is the total over here. And just total here. That should work. And let's use a font monospace. And let's say size 12, not too large. What else? I also want it to be centered on the bar. So what the stack is going to do, it's going to take the size of the bar, which I think is filled by default. Yeah, it will fill the width by default. So it will fill the whole screen by default, the whole window, horizontally by default. And then it's going to position, the label is going to be positioned inside that. So in order to center it, we should use center here so that it takes the whole space that it's available, and then it just centers whatever the label inside. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's try space here. Now I'm not sure if it's going to be very readable on top of the progress bar. Well, you can use a style. Secondary style or something. We'll see. Now the problem is that it's going to be empty at the beginning, so we're not going to be able to see it filled, but so it's going to be at the end. Okay. But we can change the amount reviewed value to something else to test it for now. Okay, so that's the bar, and we have the actual amount reviewed, none. Total to review 137. Okay, cool. Let's add some padding first to the whole thing, to the whole app, because it looks bad. In fact, not sure using center is worth it, but we'll see. So let's set amount review to, I don't know, 100. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. The total has increased because we haven't actually, pending hasn't decreased. So that's why it was 237. Okay. What else we want to do here? Let's put this thing as a title on top. So in order to put this on top, we're going to make this column fill as height. Like that. So the form now will fill vertically. In fact, we probably should do the same thing here. Like when it's loading, we don't want it to change sizes. So what I want is for this form to push down this progress, right? So what we can do is we can put in a container and say the height is fill. This container, now we run that, it should push it down. Yeah, nice. All right, now let's make this title a bit bigger and use maybe monospace font. I don't know, size 30 maybe? Maybe it's a bit big. 24. Okay, more spacing here. Let's go 20. All right, now let's use Markdown for this stuff over here for the description. So we can import the Markdown widget. And in reviewing, we can have in state actually. In loaded, we're going to have the pull request. And then we're going to have the Markdown or description itself. Duplicated, but parsed. This is a back of items that we need. And over here, pull request. And then the description is Markdown parse. And we parse the actual description here. Like that. Put the description over here. I think we just need to collect. This is returns an iterator. Right. And here now we can pull request, description, and we use Markdown view. We got some settings that we need to provide, which we're going to use the defaults. And what's the style? Markdown style. Oh, we can use the default as well, I think. Does it even have default? I don't think so. Doesn't? Oh, from palette. Yeah. From palette, we use the Tokyo Night Storm palette over here. Uh-huh. Consider removing this call. Why? I don't want to remove that call. Doesn't this work? What's going on? Let's remove this method. Oh, right. We have to handle the. Really? We gotta handle the URL clicks. Okay. Let's handle that. I'm in map. Message URL clicked. And we're just gonna ignore it for now. Okay. Let's see. No markdown in widget. Oh, we have to enable that. Changelog cargo. Tokyo. Markdown. Okay. Changelog. Takes a while to compile. Normally, it doesn't take that long. I guess it's because I'm implementing it as an example in the repo. Something is up with my Rust analyzer. Okay, well, we have some rudimentary markdown going on now over here. Can actually increase the padding, the spacing in the highlight over here, but that's fine. Okay. You could show the tabs as the labels as well after the description. After the description, you could also show it up here as part of the title. I don't know. Yeah, maybe here. Yeah, maybe at the end. So labels. Let's make this a bit tidier. So we have the title, which we show first. Then we have the description, which we show after that. And then we're gonna have the labels. All right, labels. So it's pull request, labels. This is already a bag of strings. So we can iter, map, use text directly. Or actually, yeah, we're gonna style them up a bit. I'm gonna use a row. Actually, text label. We haven't used a row yet. And I want a container here. And this container, rounded box. I want it to be some padding. Let's put 5 padding. Make this small. 10. font monospace. I'll into here. All right. Space this out by 10 or something. And what else do we want here? Let's make it wrapping, just in case there's a lot of labels or they don't fit on the screen. Right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's working. Okay. So now we want to implement the form for start, so we can start classifying them. All right. Let's introduce some more information here. Title, string, category. Okay. We'll have the title of the entry and the category, which are the two main things that we want to edit. Everything else will be the author and the number and so on will be obtained from the pull request itself. The title will be the pull request title by default. And the category, yeah, here's where it gets interesting. So the category, we're gonna, why is, oh my God, this, I'm not sure why am I getting all this crazy auto completions. Something changed. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna have a classify or guess category here, and I'm gonna pass the labels in there. And so I'm gonna make a category a guess function that gets the labels. It can be like that. And it will return a category itself. So what I want to do is if it contains feature or labels contains addition, then that will be an added. We return that. Expected reference. Yeah, that's expected reference found. Is there a way to do this? Because I could have. It doesn't work. Could use an iterator, but since I'm not gonna be able to turn a slice of strings into a slice of slices of string slices. Does that even work? I could pass a whole bag and call it a day as well, but slice contains rust. Well, T has to be something that's a partial equal, right? I mean, I could just collect. I could also, yeah, let's do that. I want to do this, and I want to do an option. Yeah, and then I do match label. Yeah, this is better. Some feature or addition. Just don't want to write sum every time, so I'm just going to do that. Add it. If it has change, if it has change, we're gonna go with changed. If it has bug or fix, we're gonna go with fixed. And I think that's it. Removed won't be, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass each label by individually. And whenever I get an actual sum out of this, I'll stop and set that as a category. If I get known, then I keep going. So I think I can do that. For request. How can I do this? Is this a, can I do this with iterators? Well, I can map. Then filter none, take the first one. Filter map, maybe. Here, filter map, label. Category, guess. You get the next one, and if it's none, we can grab or, and we're gonna set the default category as added or something. Okay. So for the pull request labels, we iterate, we try to guess, we get the first guess that it's not empty. And then, yeah, that works. If all of them, if we cannot figure out what the actual category it is, we just return, we just set it to add it. And that's it. Okay. All right. Makes sense. So you got title and category here. Now we're overriding title here, so not ideal. Heading, header. All right, heading and which is a text input for the title. And we're gonna use a pick list for the category, for example. Text input. Type a changelog entry title. Here we're gonna have the title itself. On input message, title changed. And we're gonna have the category as well here. So it's gonna be the options, which is gonna be changelog category. We're gonna have an all constant with all the options. And then here, it's always gonna be the category itself. Sure, if I can just borrow it and everything. Message, category selected, something like that. Okay, so category all. Is gonna have all the categories listed here. So fixed, so removed. All right. Yo, Richard, what's up? Yeah, it'll yeah, I could probably do that instead. Let me do that. Good catch. Right, title changed. Got a string over there. And here also the category selected. Right. Let's add those two over here. Title. Let's grab that. New title. Oh, it's got to be the state itself. Okay, got that. Can copy this. Here I have the category. Category, new category. Right. Now we're gonna have to implement a bunch of stuff for category, in particular partial equal, and also format. Have to implement display for it. Okay. Match self. F.write string. Let's see. Added. Changed. Fixed. Removed. All right. Okay. Cool. So now this should show a form. Yeah, okay. We can change the entry title. This is a fix, so it's guessing it perfectly. Okay. All right. Seems to be working. I'm wondering, should we have it all in a single line here? Maybe, and then have a big button here. Should we center this? There's a lot of space here. But you know, sometimes the description is going to be bigger, so right. Decisions. I'm thinking we move this form all the way down here, closer to the progress bar. Move that to the here, and then right next to the progress bar, we have a next button or something. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, I think so. Let's try that. All right, so how do we do this? So we're making this part of the form, but this is also actually going to be, the form is only this part. So the heading, description, labels is going to be a different thing. So let's move it out and call it preview. And now we can actually call it title because it's going to be scoped. Labels are here. So I'm calling this preview. Type must be known at this point. Yeah, it's because I'm not including it. All right. Preview. Let's have some vertical. So the preview should be a scrollable. Should be all in as scrollables, just in case it's too big and it doesn't fit. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's have a width length fill. Let's fill this, and it should fill also vertically, so that it pushes everything down. Oh. We've lost some spacing here. Maybe 10, I don't know. I think 10 is better. Probably. Seems a bit too spacey. Okay. Let's just hand padding as well. Okay, where do I want to put? I can use a row here. Not bad. I'm thinking where I want to put the button to go next. Probably here. Why not? There's lots of space here. Still. So next. There's a button. Next style is going to be success on press message next. I want the button to be as big as whatever's inside of here. Okay, is that even possible? Can we do that with the layout system? We could try setting the height to shrink and this button to fill the height and this row shrink here, but I don't think it's gonna work because this row fills horizontally. We'll see. So we have a next message. Now we need to choose what we do with the next message. For now, nothing. So if I do this, it's probably not going to have the same size. This is something we need to address at some point. Oh, well, it actually does. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if it's exactly the same, but it's very similar. So, well, it's a nice surprise. So we type the title, we choose. If it's wrong, then click next. So this one would just be next, right? This is next over here. Yeah. Let's put a small arrow in there. Arrow right UTF-8. Arrow. This one. Okay. That's cool. All right, so what do we do whenever we press next? So of course we want to store, besides the amount that we reviewed. In fact, the amount that we reviewed are the actual entries we've reviewed, which we need to store. So we're gonna store them right here. So that's actually nice. So we're gonna have a bunch of entries that we're gonna start with them empty, and these entries len. Just len. Amount reviewed. Right. So now whenever we press next, we want to make sure we're reviewing. We get the entries as well. And then what we want to get is the category, the title, and the pull request, I believe. Yeah. And then with this, we want to create an entry. And call it new. We want to pass the title, the category, and then the pull request. And it's going to return an actual entry if it's valid. So if it's not valid, if let's some entry, we just don't go next. In fact, we should probably just disable the button in that case. But yeah, I'm not gonna that fancy. Not gonna get that fancy. Entries push. We push the entry that we create. And then here, what we need is to set the state back to loading with the next candidate. So we need to basically pop the current candidates. So pending, yeah. We're gonna get the candidate, the next one from the pending. We're gonna pop it. No. Man, I'm getting the worst possibly kind of completions every single time. This ain't good. Okay, set that here. So we get the next candidate or the last candidate, set it as loading, and then we need to also load the details like we do in new, or like we do here. So let's do that. Any other case, we do nothing. Any other case, we do nothing. In the case that, this is the case that we are done. So this is when we're done. We finished, there are no more candidates. So we need to show the changelog. Pretty print it so we can copy it and move it somewhere else. And this is the case where the entry is invalid, which will happen in the case that the title is empty or stuff like that. Since I'm going to be the one using it, I'm not going to be using it incorrectly. So this is not really necessary, but you know, it's nice to just add it anyways. We have the title, the category, the pull request, return if title is empty, return none. Any other case should work. So you want from the pull request, we want the ID. The title, we just copy it as this. Actually, well, let's just clone it. To owned category. And here we just want the author, which we're going to clone as well. Okay, cool. So now we compile this. When we press next, it should go to the next one. So this one's fine. This one has, yeah, right title, good format. It's fixed category, and I press next, loading. Now, nice. This is the theming reloaded. Oh, it doesn't have code highlighting. We should, oh, that's cool. Apparently it breaks here. Gotta check that out. Show what's up here. Let's enable code highlighting. Yeah, progress bar works. Yeah, it seems to be working fine. Let's see. Highlighter. Is that it? Should be that easy. Yeah. Cool. Functions all the way down. There's an image here that we cannot see because we don't have image support yet. That's pretty cool. All right. Something I noticed, the scrollable, let's put some spacing in it because the scroll bar is appearing on top of the content. That makes it not cool. All right, cool. Now it will show always the scrollable. So that's nice. Yeah, and now there's the spacing we expect. So it's all nice. So this is yeah, Steaming Reloaded. What name will we use for this? I mean, I'm not gonna work on this. Yeah, this is one of the cases. We should probably show the author of the PR somewhere. But yeah, this is one of the cases where we would definitely change this to the core team. No, wow, I don't know what this is doing. Fix make pin grid appearance items visible to others. I think this is exporting. I should put a link so I can open the PR just in case I need to check it out. Oh, this is Casper. No PR description. Oh, this is the style. Yeah, okay. Paint grid. Style fields not public. Next. Fix some comments. Yeah. Well, amazing PRs. Yeah, let's put the author. Show the author somewhere. Labels. Text. Oh, come on. Please. Font monospace. We could probably use rich text here as well. Let's put the, let's make this span. Let's put the author. Span even a thing? I don't know. But span is it's not a macro. We need a span macro as well that works like the text one. But here I wanna format. Well, actually I can put by. Will this work? Maybe. Yeah, it works. That's me. That's me again. Casper Storm. Cool. Be cool if I could make it cursive. Can I even do that here? Font. Font style. Wait. Italic. Yeah, right. I'll make that. Yeah, we can do that. Put the labels as subtitles under the title and make only description scrollable. Sure, I can. Yeah, we can do that. Font default. So labels here, scrollable here. Wait. That. Like that, I guess. I'm not sure if the labels under the title makes a lot of sense. We could have them. Yeah, well, yeah, it works. It works. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, rich text is coming for 013. Markdown, rich text. Yep. Basically, all of the things you're seeing that I'm using here are 013. Like it's everything that's currently in master is coming. So everything I'm using here. Right. Yeah, we made the italic. Cool. Now, I feel like it would be cool to show on the right side over here, maybe, like right to the preview and the form itself. Like maybe, yeah, we can like I don't know, 1/3 of the window can be a text editor where we can display well, yeah, a disabled text editor so we can copy it, or no, it can actually just be, yeah, it can actually just be just the changelog itself we're generating. So we can see what it would look like, and we could copy it anytime. And this side. So let's do that. Let's do that. So have the progress over here. Calling it preview. Let's call this details, because I want to call preview the actual changelog preview. So we have the progress, we have the form, and we're going to have the preview after the form, the actual changelog preview. And that will be generated from the actual entries. So we can do changelog generate from Entries. Actually, entries. Something like that. And we have the changelog so far over here. So the idea we will have this method here that will create. Well, actually, we can just call it new, I guess. Given us a bunch of entries, it will generate the changelog. So it will classify them in the different sections, probably a hash map, and then we'll be able to turn it into a string. So there will be like 2 steps. We'd actually just skip it, but skip the step, but it's gonna be the same thing. We're gonna need to do some kind of mapping anyways. So like creating some hash map, or actually probably well, not really a hash map. We can just have the categories hard coded as fields. Like have a changelog here, and we're gonna have added entry. In fact, we only need the title and the author. Well, we actually need everything. Yeah. I mean, we could actually just have a simple function that does it. That's fine. So it this way. Changed. Fixed. The link to the PR? No, I didn't. Yeah, I need to add that. Yeah. Yep. Thanks for reminding me. Sorry if I'm slow to respond. My chat is on the right on my laptop. I need to improve the setup. This is my first stream ever, so bear with me. Okay. So we have added, change, fix, remove. So we have implement changelog. We're gonna pass the entries. Should we pass this line? Let's pass an iterator. Like that. And all right, we're gonna have added, back new. Could actually just iterate multiple times. Should I do that? Nah. Let's just initialize everything. For entry in entries. And then I'm gonna say match entry category. Let target would add it. We're gonna borrow here one of these based on that category. Would be moved. And then here target push the entry itself. And then self added, changed, fixed, removed. Okay, so this classifies them. Anonymous lifetimes. I don't care about the lifetime. I need it. Need to actually define it. Oh, entry clone. Okay. Use create changelog. New entries. In fact, we can probably do impl into iterator. Required by bound. This is not an into iterator. Oh yeah, that is. Okay. Let's do the link thing to the PR. We could actually just add here link and do message URL clicked, I guess. Markdown URL. Can this be, can I actually, this is a URL. Can I just create a new URL from, you just parse? Wait, actually, wait. It can just be a link, but it can be actually anything I want. Okay. It can be a message open pull request ID. Yeah, and then I can over here at open pull request use size. Technically, I should create an ID type for this, but later maybe. Okay. Number, ID. It's got an ID. Now for this, there is a crate called browser, I think. No. Open browser. Web browser. Builds library to open URLs and local files in the web browsers available on a platform with guarantees of consistent behavior. That's what we want. Web browser. It's version 1. Okay. So just grab that. Web browser 1. Okay. Web browser. Complete. You're completing. Yep. Browser open. 0 on the default browser of this platform. Returns okay. Does it block? It shouldn't block. Does it say if it blocks or not? What are the options? Oh, you can choose the browser you want. Nah. Browser options. Yeah, I think it probably doesn't block, but non-blocking. Okay. Okay, cool. Now the URL is, what is it? Does it support only string? Yep. So the URL is https github.com iced iced pools or pool. I think it's pool ID. Okay. See. Oh. Oh, it's a U64. Actually. Okay, I can click it. If I click it, yeah, nice. Can just press that. Doesn't look clickable. Like it doesn't have a different color or anything, but not sure why that is. Oh, right, because I haven't actually styled it. Oh, that's fine. I like it this way. All right. It's pretty nice. All right. Yeah, let's keep going with the changelog preview. So now we have over here our changelog. It should be like if we add a debug over here, we will see as we click next how the entries are being added to the changelog. So now it's actually empty. Press next. We have one fixed entry. This one's going to be in the added. So we have it in the added. Another fixed one. Cool. So they're getting added. And now I want to generate the actual changelog itself from any such thing here. So what you're going to have is text that we're going to display changelog to string over here, something like that. I'm going to put it in a container, and it's going to be with some padding, actually 10, and the container is going to be a rounded box too, like the labels for consistency. And then we're going to put this. In fact, I'm going to remove the center because it's unnecessary, because we're filling the whole window. There's going to be a row. Well, here, this is going to be, I don't know how to call this part. Review. And the preview. Row, review, preview. And 10. Padding 10 as well. Okay, so we need to implement changelog to string, and we're golden, I think. Let's see. To string. Actually, we could implement display instead. That's probably, yeah. Because it implements if we implement display, it implements to string. Yeah. Okay. Write string changelog. I'm just gonna generate a huge, allocate a huge string, and just print it at the end. Because I can. I mean, this is a tool for iced. Like, it's super opinionated. I mean, eventually it could be. I guess we could make it abstracted away and make it like its own little thing, like its own repo and all, for other people to use. But I don't know. For now, I'm just dog fooding. Is that how you call it? Okay. Okay, what else? What do we need here? So we're gonna have, first of all, what we need is some kind of helper function that does a section for one category. So we pass a category, we pass a bunch of entries. This output a string. Something like that. And then we'll do changelog push. Actually thinking we can do section category added. We pass self added here. Then section category changed, self changed, section category fixed, self fixed, category removed. Okay. Let's changelog. So it's going to produce a bunch of strings. We have an array of strings here that we can join with new lines, I guess. Concat, that concats. Now the thing is that some of these are going to be empty because we're not going to have any removed or stuff, for example. So we don't want those. So we can turn this into an iterator, filter, section. We don't want it to be empty. The found closure. Sup. No, that's probably not it. Then we want also thanks here. Thank you. We're going to pass all the entries here. So we can actually just use, well, we can just pass the authors, which we're going to compute later. Yeah, wait, what's the changelog format? Added, changed, fixed, patched, and then, yeah, many thanks to whatever. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So we collect a bank of strings. Okay, so the authors we can compute by iterating everything. That works. This has to be a set. Use std collections b3 set. Entry author collect. We chain everything, got all the authors, and this will also order them, so that's nice. And now we all need is a thank you function as well here, where you pass the authors. Into. Right. Then finally here we can join these with a new line, I guess. Wait, can I actually borrow this? Oh, we can. No? Oh, it's an end string. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So thank you here will be something like format. Many thanks to. Right. And gonna be a new line and a list. Yes. And the list is going to be authors map into iter author format. Gonna be like that with an at the beginning. I guess, yeah, it has to do the same thing. I could collect, can I collect into a string directly? I don't think I can. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. So I can actually add the new line here. That'll work. Okay, so thank you is done. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing for Holloway. I think Holloway, they're doing a less granular changelog, I believe. It's not as, I mean, it doesn't change that much between features. I mean, between releases. That's because they release more often, I think. Iced is like, there's like a couple releases a year or something like that. And so every time I release, there's like huge backlog. And you know, I tried keeping a changelog updated, up to date every PR, but then it creates a lot of conflicts. If you ask users to update the changelog themselves, every PR has a conflict in that file. And yeah, it's just terrible, terrible. Really painful. And then, you know, you still have to review it anyways. So it's work. So I prefer to do it all at the end. Okay. So here, first thing we're gonna do is check if the entries are empty. If they're empty, we just return an empty string. If they're not empty, what we want to return is, I think it's, this is wait, why don't I open the changelog here? Yeah, I want to return the actual category like that, and then a new line, then the list, and the list is going to be similar to this. But it's going to be the title, like the title, and then the number after the fact. Well, actually, it needs to output markdown, so it should be a dot at the end, which is something we should also do here. We should strip from the prefix. I strip from the title. If there's a dot, because we want to add it ourselves at the end. So what we're gonna do in, where's entry new? Here. Let title equal title strip suffix dot unwrap or title. Okay, that should do it. Then here title dot, and here we want the ID, https github.com iced rs iced pool ID. And so the title is going to be the entry title. Wait, sesame entry. And the ID is supposed to be entry ID. Now this is not formatting. Is this too long? I break this down. Why is this not formatting? I think it's too long. Can I break it down here or something? Yeah. It's a bit ugly. But yeah, I don't like it when it cannot format stuff. Okay, so that's nice. Well, that should be it. Compiling. It's compiling and we have no unused data now. Unused data. Okay, we're only producing many things too. Okay. Yeah, of course, we haven't actually done anything. Next. Okay. That's nice. Should we? Yeah, we should probably parse this as markdown and then show it. Yeah, that would be cool. We can do that. Let's see. Of course, this is filling the whole thing, so. Not fill. Make it bigger. I need to sort. Yeah, it's using, I need to sort by case insensitive sort. Is there an easy way to do that with the B-tree set? I don't think there is. I've always struggled with that stuff. Yeah, let's parse this thing with markdown and show it as markdown. How can we do that? Probably here. We have a bunch of markdown items from the changelog. Right. Need to handle the URLs. Okay. It's gonna be demoved. And then whenever we press next is when we want to update and parse the changelog. Come on. Interesting. changelog entries, and then we set the preview to markdown parse, changelog to string select. All right. Now it'll be empty at the beginning. And when we press next, it should show. Yeah. Awesome. So here we go. Cool. So now I can spend a bunch of time just previewing stuff. We need to make this scrollable, just like this. Because, you know, now we're just, yeah, we don't have enough space. Should probably make this maybe a bit smaller, the text. We can do that with the markdown view over here by doing markdown settings, text size. Let's go 12. Kind of convert it into, wonder if, I think there's an actual with text size. Yeah, 12. Yeah, okay. Yeah, scrollable on the preview. Not sure if the scroll bar will be visible. Yeah, it's not visible. I think we can make it tiny bit smaller. For that, we can use fill portion. And we can make the review, the column of the review itself, be a fill portion 2. So that it will say fill 2 units out of 3, right? Preview has fill, which is same as 1. And this will be 2. So now that should actually be 1/3, the preview, instead of half. Right. That's better. Should we center it here? Just want to get it big enough. Well, the scroll bar appears last second. I think it's the rail that's not visible. Okay. If I press this, well, it doesn't open, right? Because I haven't added that. Well, let's add it. URL clicked. Not handling URLs. So in fact, we can just use web browser. Open URL as string. All right, that works. Now when it's empty, it looks ugly, but whatever. Okay. Click here. Yeah, it opens it. Fix some documentation comments. All right. Okay. Now what I need is to add a copy paste, like a copy icon or something up here, maybe, so I can copy it at any point in time or when we're actually done. Hmm. Can I use an icon from any of the existing examples, or do I have to actually make a font for this? I could make a font. Another potential new feature we could think about here is recovering when this is like, let's say I work on this for a bit, but I'm get tired and I want to keep going after. It'd be cool for this to actually save, you know, the results somewhere and then be able to start from where you left off. Something that it could do, maybe, it could parse the current unreleased part of the changelog and then fill it up with that. And whenever you list the candidates, we could filter out any PRs that are already there. But yeah, that's a stretch goal. That's something we're gonna work on now, probably. Just a copy icon. Hello. Copy. Clipboard. This one? This one? Maybe this one. Changelog icons or something. Let's see. The examples, changelog. Fonts. Move. Downloads. Move it here. Unzip it. TTF. Remove the zip file. Okay. Font. Fluid bytes. Fonts. Changelog. Icons. Yeah. Wait, what? Didn't see the actual code. Oh, E800. Okay. So that should load the font. Let's make an icon module. Name, changelog icons. Web function, clipboard. Actually, copy, maybe? Yeah, copy. Use eyes widget text. Wait, that's text. Text doesn't have a message. All right, that's the copy. I'm gonna create a constant so that we can reference it from here. Right, and now I think we're ready to show the icon. Just a stack for this. So we have the container here, content, copy, button, icon, copy, on press, message, copy, preview, maybe, style, button, text. Yeah. We're gonna use a stack, content, copy. We're gonna move the icon to the right side. So line right fill, and just need the message, copy, preview. So for this, what we do is select the entries. And then we create a changelog with it. I really have to call iter here. Interesting. With this, I can do iced clipboard. I can import that and just return a task that's clipboard right. Yeah, changelog to string. Okay, that should work. The input method editing is slated for 0.14. I'm gonna work on that next. Accessibility, right to left text, input methods, all that stuff is the next release. Like basically proper integration with yeah, I'm replying to the question, will the CGK input method problem be resolved in 0.13? It won't. It'll be in 0.14. It was slated for this one maybe, and then I moved it. I mean, in the end, I don't make any promises. I put things in one release and then I move them to the next one because it's been like I prioritize what I feel at the moment working on. So yeah, it's open source in the end. Yeah, there you go. Button there, press here, should actually It actually copies it to my clipboard. Well, nice. What else? Is this too big? We need to fix what happens whenever it's empty. So let's see. If preview is empty, else. The changelog is empty so far. Maybe. Container. Go on the box. We're returning different elements on each, so we need to turn them into elements here. And I think I want to center this one. Yeah, use size. Whoop. Okay. Cool. Let's center this too. What the heck? Can we even center this? Yeah, we can. Can we? Yeah. I think we can. Container. Thinking this button's a bit too big. It's 12 as well. Yeah, I just mentioned that, Richard. Maybe you weren't here. Something that would be cool is for this to actually parse the actual changelog file, like the unreleased part of it, and then filter out. I mean, we could do that. What the heck? But I mean, actually, yeah, we're kind of done here. But yeah. We could parse the changelog, I guess, and find any mentions of PRs that are, already open, and then filter those out. That would be a way to resume work. So I would copy, paste it in the changelog so far, then it would just automatically fill in entries from the changelog. They already exist. Yeah, I guess that could be a way of doing it. But I don't know. Maybe. Another thing that would be interesting is have a way to actually reorder. Well, but what's cool about this right now is that it will add them in the order they were added. But normally I don't follow chronological order. I put the most important ones first, because most people only care about the first items that are additions. So the main features that were added, right? So I don't know. We could parse it. We could parse it. So this actually copies the markdown. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have to fix the authors. Yeah, the case sensitive thing. How can we do that? B3. I don't think it works. We could just sort it. Like do a sort. Like sort by to lowercase, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Not the most efficient, but hey. So we collect the authors into a B3 set. Correct. What we're gonna do here is unique. And then here, unique to back. Is there a way to turn it into a back? Come on, there's gotta be a way. It's not to back. Authors. Do that. Then moot. Then authors. Sort by key. Author to lowercase. I mean, that's one way of doing it. Not the most efficient way of doing it, but it's one way of doing it. Wait, yeah, I can probably just do back from iter. Casper, Rust Rover. Yeah, that's perfectly positioned. I just want to keep the actual uppercase characters. I can just do here back from iter. Yeah, that works. Okay. Gonna have an iterator method that returns entries. Here. And so the idea is that we'll have a parse and this will return parse unreleased. Something like that. So this, we can call this from main. Whenever we get the candidates listed, I guess we can parse and then filter any candidate that we can do unreleased changelog parse unreleased or resume entries so far, I don't know, entries reviewed. So we can do candidates. Yeah, I can just find the entries with the ID and remove them. That's gonna be n times n. Yeah, it's fine. Shouldn't be big. Trying to think. Do we want to use retain there? Maybe. We'll see. So for every entry in the unreleased changelog, reviewed entry in unreleased changelog, entries, candidates. There's a retain. There's one that does the opposite of retain. I don't think so. Retains only the elements specified by the predicate. Candidate doesn't equal candidate ID doesn't equal the reviewed entry ID. Right, so now when we list the candidates, we will parse the unreleased changelog. And for every entry that's in the unreleased changelog, we will remove that entry if it's already from the candidates, if it's already been reviewed, right? If it's already present there. Right. And then we need to initialize the entries to the unreleased changelog entries collect. Cloned collect. Now, can we do that? Can we go back? I don't think we can, right? Not completely, because we're missing the author of every entry. So yeah. It's a bit tricky. Like ideally, I would like to resume here as if it. I mean, I could have a different type for the processed entries, I guess. Yeah, I could. I guess I could. I'm not sure. We could have entry here. So the problem is we cannot really grab when we're parsing the changelog for every entry. We have we have the ID, we have the title, we have the category, but we do not have the author. We could technically put it, but yeah, I don't like that. Instead of yeah, we could also, instead of regenerating the whole thing every time, we could just keep the changelog itself and then just push the entry in. Yeah, that could probably be, that's probably better. Yeah, it's probably better. So kind of like have each section separate and have just strings here. Then just have authors here as the last part. Basically have, instead of storing the whole entries themselves, we can store the strings for each entry and then have the authors here so that we can parse it back. Yeah, I guess that's one way of doing it. Just trying to think. If we wanted to add an undo or something, go back, that's not gonna allow us to. But maybe, you know, that's fine. I mean, you can always edit it in the changelog itself directly, so it's not like a big issue. Yeah. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Have a string, 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 authors. New is just gonna be this way. See. Authors. What I want to do here is check if the author already exists first. Means that. Okay. So first we push the author. Well, first we push the item. Okay, makes sense. Put the entries there. Yeah, then the authors are already there, so we can just pass them. All right, this is gonna be just make it. Join them like that. Item string. Okay. B-tree set is not necessary anymore. But we do really need to order it after every time, so yeah, you're right. Let's reorder that. Here. Sort by key. Author to lowercase. All right, now we need, instead of keeping a bunch of entries here, we want to keep changelog directly. This is going to be the unreleased changelog directly. I still need to store the IDs as well. Store the IDs as well. All right, should be it. Okay, changelog here. Changelog push entry. You don't need to recreate it. Changelog to string. Go. Changelog len. Changelog len. Changelog len. So we want a len as well. Method over here. This is going to be just the IDs. All right. Okay. How's this work? Okay, the authors are not being added. Oh, of course, because forgot to negate. Okay, yeah, that's missing that. This seems to work. All right. Then, why isn't many thanks to not being added to the list? Huh? That is strange. Could it be because... Yeah, I think it's because I'm not adding a new line between things. Is that invalid markdown or something? Maybe there's some issue with the parser. I mean, with the way that we're parsing things. All right. Now we need to parse the actual thing. I think we can do it now. So how do we parse this? We could split by the first occurrence of two, whatever this is called, hashtag. First occurrence of that, and then we find the next one. Yeah, and then yeah, we know that it's gonna be 3 and then the section name, 3 and then the section name, the category name, and then the actual items themselves, and the ID is here. That's gonna be interesting. And then the authors are at the end all together. Okay, let's see. So you're gonna start by reading the file. In fact, should probably do this asynchronously. Because we're reading from the file system. Could also just include the changelog directly here for now. I don't know. We could chain the tasks together to produce the candidates and the changelog itself. We could also I think we can just have a list here. Result self back candidate error right here. To kind of put it all together. And then here we can just use changelog list. And be changelog like that. So it will all be already available to us. And here we're gonna have the changelog, and here are the candidates. And in fact, we can actually do this thing and filter out the candidates in the changelog itself. Okay, so that way we don't have to worry about that over here. And we can do that directly. Pending. All right. Yeah, that works. Yep, that works. So it's got the changelog here and the candidates over here. All right. So we initialize an empty changelog, and now we need to parse it. Now we are in a actually a sync context, so we can read to our heart's extent. Let's introduce the file system feature in Tokyo. Enable it. And then over here, let's let's read the actual markdown or something. Not like that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm running out of names. Pass. Read to string. Yeah, that's what we want. Path is gonna be changelog.md. Wait. Debug markdown. For now. See what's up. Okay, yeah, we're reading the file right here. That works. Okay, so let's see. Now we have the markdown here. So we're gonna want to mutate the changelog, right? Yeah. I think. Wait. No. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, we want. Yeah. So we got the markdown, and now we have to parse it. So we have to like we want the unreleased part. So the unreleased part is going to be the first part. Markdown split once. And we're gonna split it as, I think it's the first two hashtags we want with a space after the fact. That's gonna be the unreleased part, and here we're gonna have rapport I guess we can just do a wrapper else here. A bit unfortunate, but a bit awkward. Wait, I guess it's actually empty strings, right? I mean, it's actually string slices. Right, so now we will have, let's see. Let's open the changelog over here. So we're basically splitting here. So we have this part over here. That's what we have in unreleased right now. So I want to basically then split again sections, categories. So the categories are going to be unreleased split. You can split multiple times. This returns an iterator like that. Now I'm going to assume that no entry in the actual release, the actual changelog, other than the actual items, contains these characters. Given that it's markdown, that makes sense. So, right. And then we're going to actually skip the first one, because the first one is going to be this all the way here, right? So we're going to skip all of that. And so now we're going to have this part over here. Except, yep. Except the last category, where it's also going to contain the actual users. So we have to handle the last category, special case it, or maybe we can just, can we maybe, I guess we can split new lines to get the sections, like 2 new lines. That could work. But now we cannot skip if we're split by new lines, because it will contain all of this. I'm going to put this into a parsing scope. So you have the categories here. For category, in categories, we're gonna See if that works. Not the fanciest code I've written. So we have the rest here. So we're removing. So we're here. We're splitting here. We're removing this part. And now we have this part left. Okay. So the name is going to be rest split once. Again, in the new line. I guess we can actually do this. Just continue like that. So we got the name of the category. And then the rest are just lines, right? So the rest are gonna be, let's see. See what this produces. Okay, nothing. Clearly, that's not okay. I'm guessing it's because of this. Probably one of the continues is getting triggered. So you can imagine it. Oh. It's not even selecting what I think it's selecting. Oh no, this is, yeah, it's supposed to be the second part. Wait, no, actually, okay, category unreleased. That doesn't seem correct. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, but it's only iterating once. That's weird. Let's see what's going on. Right, I think that this is actually triggering. It's splitting here as well. So you want something like that, I think. Parsing things. Okay, this makes more sense. category, name, added, rest, category, many thanks to, okay. Huh, all right. I think that the many thanks to probably can be, yeah, done like that. Remove that, remove that. Let's see if it makes sense now. Name, edit. Okay. Oh, interesting. The many thanks to is not there now. Well, that's fine. Sections, section split once. Okay, so the name is the actual category. So it's say match name. So if it's added, it's category, added, fixed, fixed, changed, changed, and removed, removed. Any other case, we continue. Okay. Now for the rest, we have entries. One per line. Now we're gonna simply strip the prefix. I think there's a way to strip. Isn't there a way to strip without producing an option? Trim start? Trim start matches. Yes. Yes. So we remove the thing here. We want to find the dot. Title is entry. Split once. At the dot. I wonder if, yeah, I think that dots are not normal in entries, so I could actually forbid it. Let's do it like that. Let's say title. And then I need the ID. The ID is going to be in the rest split once like that. could actually probably just make this a function and use question mark notation. But not now. When I get it working. Right, so now I can split again. Here. Maybe? See. Category added ID. Oh, that's not the correct one. The title's fine. That is fine. Yes. The ID incorrect. Why not? Oh, because it's here. It's the part before the split, the closing bracket. Yeah, there you go. ID 2028, T 2280. Okay. Okay, getting there. So now changelog IDs push ID parse. I guess U64. Wait, shouldn't I actually? I'm actually pushing the whole item, so I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I'm parsing this thing, but I don't really need it. I mean, I only need the ID. So I can just really use I copy this thing. Copy paste. Stop me if you can. Okay. So, all right. So if I check the debug changelog here, change the changelog here, it should be contain now some stuff in it. We're only missing the user, the author. Okay, cool. 138. So is it not clearing the 280? I think this was released already. I think this one was released already. Let's see. Yeah, I need the users, the author. So if the section starts with many thanks to, Then we do something else. Let's have a continue here. Why not? So what we want now is section lines, skip the first one for author in section lines, skip one. Why do I keep writing author or? God damn. If author is empty again. It's just a filter, but whatever. Let author again. Author strip prefix. No. Trim start matches. Changelog authors push. Okay. Parsing is always messy, but fun. Okay. So now it should have Night Hunter there with the authors. Yep, correct. But now the changelog is empty, which doesn't make sense. Changelog is not empty. That's because we're not starting this properly, not initializing it properly. Oh, nice. Cool. So now we can resume. We can resume. So let's say I add this thing. Whoop. I can now copy this. Go back to the changelog. And I can just paste. Wait. That's because yeah, if you close the app. X11 shenanigans. So close this, copy that. Like that. I could even make it write it, but yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. I'll copy it manually. That will do. Yeah, so you can keep going from where you left off. And now it even says we have 2 of 138. Done already. And it starts from the theming reloaded. Awesome. That's pretty cool. Well, I think we can make a new branch for this and just commit to changes and we can call it a day. Because it's getting late here. And tomorrow I'll clean this up. Changelog generator. Let's see if there's any lints, probably many. Because we've been doing terrible things. label. Wait, I can actually just call here guess. No? Oh, come on. I want to do it. You're gonna let me do it. String as string. Yeah. There you go. Line 298. Here. What else? This can be read more efficiently by appending to a string directly. Oh, come on, man. Really? You're not gonna let me do this? How do I append to a string directly? That's not as elegant. You know? Is that it? No, there's more stuff. What else? 38. Nth. Good stuff. Yeah, that's the only thing now. 153. You're really gonna make me... Okay. You win. Have your mutable string. Cannot append? Concat? No? So I really need to... Oh, come on, I had it here. Like that. Okay, do you complain now? No? Good. More content in the book. Yeah, I have plans to write more chapters. Problem is writing documentation is... It's hard. I have many chapters planned. But I just haven't really sat down to write them, I guess. I don't really enjoy writing documentation a lot, so that's the thing. I focus on what I enjoy. But yes, the book needs to be finished, and I want to. In fact, I want to include. I want to have a widget showcase in the book itself, so you can play around with the different widgets with interactive examples. And then the next chapter is going to be about concurrency, probably, which is going to show how to use tasks and subscriptions and how to listen to external stuff and how to do side effects like requests and stuff like that. But for that, I needed to be interactive. I wanted to autoplay the examples. I want them to actually load automatically on page load. There's many things that I want to do, and not certainly clear which way to go. What we do have now, though, is a pocket guide So I have a pocket guide, which is basically a crash course to iced. So here it tells you how to get started real quick. So you can, this is all the code to build a counter, right? And then it tells you you can have a struct for your state and stuff, and here's what widgets and elements are, how they relate to each other, but it's super to the point. So of course it's missing a lot of things, but it gives you like, it's like it just gives you the right pointer. It points you in the right direction. It says, here's how layout works. Go explore here, right? It doesn't actually explain how to do everything in terms of layout, but it gives you kind of some pointer of, yeah, this is, if you're doing this, you're probably doing it right. You're not doing it wrong. And of course, this doesn't talk at all about advanced stuff like custom widgets or custom themes or anything like that, which are very internal and very subject to change. So those are things that I will document at the end of, like, once everything else is documented. But yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with this little pocket guide. It's something, and it explains multiple parts. There's also some more documentation and subscription and stuff, right? So I don't know. I've been writing docs here and there. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But it will take a while for it to be perfect. There's always going to be someone that says the docs suck. It's not enough. It's to be better. But you know, you don't hear of the people that actually learn the library with no problems because they don't complain. The only people I hear about are the people that the dogs are not good. I'm struggling. But that's okay. I've added a disclaimer as well in the API reference, telling people that, well, I mean, the library is hard to use. It's very unforgiving, just like Rust, and that the dogs are there and you can learn it if you know Rust already and you know how the type system works and follow the types, and you're willing to explore and spend time learning. But if you want to be more like, I want to sit down, I want you to tell me how to use this thing, that's just not there, and it's not going to be there in a long while. So you want to learn ICE, you're going to have to, hands down, and just try it out, play with it. There's a lot of things that you're not going to learn unless you play with it, like layout, for example, what is possible with it, or how the messaging system exactly works, how to do task system. The problem that people have is that ICE really uses a lot of different parts of Rust. And so beginners, or if you don't know the language very well, you're going to hit a wall, like a huge wall. For example, async is one of the main things that ICE does. And if you want to do any kind of concurrency, well, you need to learn async. And async is there's a book written all for it, right, already, and it's just about futures and streams and how does that work. It's tricky. And then you actually ICE adds another layer of indirection, like another abstraction level on top, which is builders of streams, right, which is a subscription. And so you have to go one step further, right? And that's where people struggle a lot. Then there's also the borrow checker, which, it's a thing on its own. Like, it's important in ICE where you own shit, or own your state, right? Where you put the different parts of your application, the different data. And so, yeah, that's another problem. If you're borrowing in a specific place, or the widget is borrowing in a specific place, you can't easily mutate it later. You have to mutate only in update. Then there's also a distinction between internal widget state and external widget state, or like application state. There's a lot of nuance, but so if you're new to the language, starting with Iced, I believe it's a great tool to learn Rust, but you have to put in the effort. And I think it's a great tool because it's hard to use wrong. It's hard to use Iced the wrong way, like cut corners, right? So it's gonna be very painful, but eventually, it's not gonna let you go until you get it right, more or less. You can always do it wrong with arcmutex and all that, but that's very obvious. Yeah, the Elm architecture is quite different from React. I mean, the problem with React is that it's all components, right? It's components all the way down. It's all encapsulated state, and that's also another wall that you hit with Ice as well. So there's so many, let's say, culture shocks that you get. First is Rust itself. Then it's like if you come from React, or you come from web dev, or you're used to do UIs in a certain way, then yeah, you're gonna struggle. If you're used to have your components, and then you can like simply put this thing over here with no wiring or whatever, and it just does work, and it has like its own little state, and it works completely independently from everything else. That's just not possible in Ice. In Ice, everything is connected. You need to write the plumbing for everything, and it can be a lot of code, but I think that it's completely worth it in the long run, right? Because it makes everything so flexible. When you control the plumbing of how everything is connected with each other. I mean, just in the stream alone, we've refactored and gone from one thing to a different thing, and done many changes super easily. And the thing is that when it compiles, it just works, right? There's no piece of state that's like held over here and it's desynchronized with everything else, because you simply have a single place for all your state here, right? Generator. And then you just mutate that and everything works. Yeah, exactly. I think that experimenting and playing with it is a better way to learn. It's the best way to learn anything, in my opinion. And the good news is that you have many examples, right? So you have all these examples over here. Look how many we have, right? Well, let me main, right? All of this. And so you can pick any of these that you like, and you can play with them, change them a bit, and see what happens. And that's one way to learn. Then if you want to do an application of your own, you copy the example and play with it a bit more and try to extend it. Okay, let's commit this thing. Implement a changelog generator tool example. All right. Should be there. There you go. That was fun. So we have this little module over here called Changelog, and it's completely decoupled from iced, and you can list the current changelog and the candidates to be added. Like, I don't know how to call this thing, but it's just candidates to the changelog basically. And I guess we should add like a way to skip a candidate as well, because we don't. Maybe sometimes there's a PR that we don't want to add or something. It's rare, but yeah. So you have the entries here. Yep. You can fetch the data from GitHub as well. Super easy with request. And so we have this async API, and we can just plug it to iced with the tasks system. And yeah, this is review code. Pretty straightforward. I don't know, I'm pretty happy with this. The fact that you can build simple app like this, simple tool, and you know, how much has it been? How long have I been streaming? 4 hours? 5 hours? Yeah, almost 5 hours. So that's nice. This will be very useful. I will be able to write the changelog super quick now and get the thing released. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. We will get this changelog ready, and yeah, we can have a release party. We can release live. Why not? Let's do it. We'll do it live. Anyways, thank you everyone for joining. And well, I'll keep this live stream up since I think it probably serves as, you know, I mean, I'm not the best entertainer, and I know that I can be very confusing. I'm not sure if you can understand at all what I was doing while I was coding, because I think very fast and like my mind's all over the place. It's hard to put it into words, but I'll probably get better at it. So yeah, I'll keep this video up for anyone that wants to watch it. Thank you for joining, and take care. Have a good night, wherever you are, or a good morning, or a good evening, whatever.